Sunday night at Rideau Carleton, there was no Guy Gagnon, Pascal Berube, or Robert Shepard, but visiting driver Brett McDonald made his presence known. Flat, still leading by a couple of lengths, but it's a diminishing lead for Speedy Dancer as Trinity Lucky Strike challenges, and they're turning for home now. It's up to these two to sort it out. On the inside, it's Speedy Dancer fighting on first over Trinity Lucky Strike, but John McMillan gets the win. Speedy Dancer 157-3 over Trinity Lucky Strike. It looked like Convict up for show. Winner of race 1 is a 2-year-old gelded son of Century Pharaoh and Sportica, owned by trainer-driver John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, and co-owned by Elizabeth Adam of Kingston, Ontario, bred by a numbered Ontario Corporation of Ottawa. That's a maiden victory for Speedy Dancer, 157-3, his career mark in that front-end victory. Second last, and that is Don't Play With Fire. Third over from the back of the field, State News, 127-4 at 3/4. They're stacking up outside of Rockin' My Dream, fighting on, and Fireshine not done yet. She's gearing up for the stretch drive and swinging out from the back of the field to chase down the lane as well. Whiskey Friday, it's Fireshine gaining up the inside. Nevada Dragon, widest of all. Whiskey Friday battling to the wire. Fireshine gets it over Nevada Dragon, Whiskey Friday, and Rockin' My Dream, 157-1. Brown mare by Always a Virgin out of Sunshine Sister, owned and trained by Gerard Vaillancourt of Kemptville, Ontario, bred by Peter Karras of Sherman, Illinois. Driven to victory by William Waugh. That's win number 10 of the season. 157-1 for Fireshine. Congratulations. 4 flat to 3/4, and on the way towards the finish, it's Fox Hunt still up front. He's controlling things. Margot's got the cargo, tipping wide from the back of the field. He's trying to hunt down the finish here. Fox Hunt widening his lead, but giving chase late. Major Fernco drawing alongside. Major Fernco by ahead over Fox Hunt. Margot's got the cargo. Stonebridge Hermes and Bayfield Beach, 152-2. Owned by Limco Incorporated of Chateauguay, Quebec. Bred by B.W. Ferns and M.J. Swain of Winton, New Zealand. Trained by Vic Putty, cared for by the Smileys, and driven to victory by Marie-Claude Auger. That's win number 8 of the season for Major Fernco. 152-2, official win. Congratulations. And chasing him down the lane. Better Be Home Soon. Could be a homecoming for Brett McDonald. Your attention, please. Fighting back on the inside. It's a tight one at the wire that goes to Better Be Home Soon. Over Your Attention, Please. It looked like Lady Liz may have been up for show in this 156-4 mile of the night. In race 4 with unofficial winner number 2, Better Be Home Soon, who gets a maiden win. This is a 3-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight out of Rub and Tug, owned by David Brown of Cannington, Ontario. Also the breeder, along with Jim H. Elberg of Sunderland, Ontario. Better Be Home Soon making his debut for trainer Mandy Archer, and Brett McDonald with the winning steer on Better Be Home Soon, who takes a mark of 156-4. Congratulations. And still gaining ground, the Turning Point, chasing to the wire. All-Star Playboy all out on the inside. The Turning Point still fighting, but it's going to be All-Star Playboy by a half length over the Turning Point. Tough Cooper and Surratt Hanover, 152-4. Brett McDonald with unofficial race 5 winner number 4, All-Star Playboy, a winning 1-5 favorite. He is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Stag Party out of Playgirl, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore and Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, Ontario. Bred by Kenneth Albrecht and Nathan Albrecht of Ontario. trained by Mandy Archer. Win number 11 of the season for All-Star Playboy and a new lifetime mark, 152-4. Congratulations to All-Star Playboy. 25-3 coming down the stretch now. They're still led by Logan Behold. Brett McDonald trying to get his third straight driving win, giving chase late. Duck Dynasty is gaining ground on the leader, but Logan Behold delivers for Brett McDonald well ahead of the rest. Duck Dynasty a good second, very tight for show in this 153 flat mile. With race 6 winner number 6 Logan Behold, a 4-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off out of St. Lad's Peeper, owned by Kimberly Eaton of Brockville and Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario. Bred by Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, Logan Behold gets his 5th win of the season. 153 flat, just missing his lifetime mark by a 1/5 of a second. 3/4 and still on the engine. Early action leading past 3/4 in 124-4. Stalking him and looking to step out of the pocket now. JJ Xavier coming down the stretch. Early action seems to be widening his lead as JJ Xavier drifts very wide. It's going to be early action getting the victory for Brett McDonald ahead of JJ Xavier, Shotgun Jerry, and Southwind Sambuca. 152 flat. It's race 7's unofficial winner, number 3 Early Action, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Huntsville at a Fashion Katie, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore and Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, Ontario, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms, Hanover, Pennsylvania. Trained by Mandy Archer. That's a 4th straight driving win for Brett McDonald. Congratulations. 152 flat. Early Action takes the preferred handicap pace. Congratulations. They turn for home. It is Captain of Rock and Roll delivering a 5th straight driving win for Brett McDonald as he is a going away winner here over Treasure the Day. And then it looks like Time to Dancing and Smiling Billy the Kid. 152-2. Unofficial 2-5 winning favorite for trainer, co-owner Jacob Copley of Kenmore, Ontario. He shares ownership with Mandy Archer. Captain of Rock and Roll was bred by Robert Hamather of Exeter, Ontario. Win number 8 of the year, 152-2. Captain of Rock and Roll for Jacob Copley and Brett McDonald, a winning combination in race 8. Congratulations. I'll go first. 125 flat at 3/4, trying to get the job done on the front end. It's well worth the wait, and Brett McDonald giving chase late. Shanghai Gold for Ryan Guy eating into that lead. Also gaining ground up the inside path, Keystone Prestige, and no sport pun intended, is going to be second to Well Worth the Wait. Up for show, Keystone Prestige, 153-4. Race 9 winner, number 4, Well Worth the Wait, and what a wait indeed. He was 0 for 18. He's got his first win of the season in his 19th 2025 start. Well Worth the Wait is a 6-year-old brown gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Before You, owned by Catherine and Lauren Scott of Brinston, Ontario. Well Worth the Wait was bred by Amy Griffin of Brinston, Ontario, trained by Brian Scott. And he gets that win, that elusive win for Brett McDonald, who's putting on a clinic tonight. Up the inside path, Beach Cowboy down the center of the track. Midnight Mood rallying even wider. Ladyford Dollar. It's going to be a tight one. Ladyford Dollar takes it over Shadow Dave and Beach Cowboy. 154-4. Gelding by for a few dollars more out of Ladyford Ideal. Owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, bred by James Stewart of Kendall, Cumbria, England, driven to victory by Marie-Claude Auger. What a night for John McMillan, starting off the card with a winning drive and ending it with a training win. Lady for Dollar getting his 7th win of the season, 154-4. Congratulations, Marie-Claude Auger and John McMillan teaming up with the winner, Lady for Dollar, in race 10. Brett McDonald recorded a remarkable 7 straight driving wins, starting in race 4 with the maiden breaking Better Be Home Soon, and right up until the first seasonal victory for well worth the wait in race 9. Also, kudos to John McMillan getting his first driving win since September 2019 in race 1 with Speedy Dancer. We hope you can join us again for more live racing from the nation's capital this Wednesday at 6 p.m. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway this evening. We've got 9 live races coming up from the nation's capital. A focus on trotters this evening. We're about 20 minutes away from post time for race 1 on race night number 48 of the 2025 meet. The track condition is fast and skies are partly cloudy, a temperature of 24 degrees Celsius, 75 Fahrenheit. Winds are from the southwest at 8 kilometers an hour, 5 miles per hour. Humidity is at 42%. We have a couple of changes tonight, but just a couple, which is always refreshing for those of us who do a little bit of handicapping ahead of time. No changes in races 1, 2, or 3. In race 4, there's one equipment change. It's on the 3 Agricola going blind to blinkers. That's the 3 in race 4. No changes in race 5. One bridle change in race 6 on number 1, Radley Hanover, who goes blinkers to open bridle. That's on the 1, Radley Hanover in race 6. And no further changes in the remaining 3 races, 7 through 9 this evening. Race 1 is coming up in about 19 minutes' time. No changes. And this is for pacers who are non-winners of $425 per start in their last 10 allowances for the fillies and mares. So this is a group who haven't been racking up a lot of accomplishments this season. But when you put them together, it makes for good racing and often some nice payouts. The current 2-5 favorite from post 3 is Springbridge Jim, making a quick turnaround and being reunited with driver Robert Shepherd, who was aboard for his gate-to-wire victory over Woodmere Gaelic at the same level from post 2 on June 4th. Some class relief for the 3, Springbridge Jim, who doesn't factor into Glenn Pearson's selections for race 1. We're looking at the track handicapper picks for race 1, a side-by-side comparison. Glenn is going with the 5 on top here. He's Watching You, a horse I have in the place spot. Glenn has my top pick for second. That's the 4, Saskabush Steve. Then he's going to the 2, I'm a Dude, and to complete the superfecta, the 1, CB Caper. I've got Saskabush Steve on top. He's got Guy Gagnon driving, and in fact, Guy Gagnon was listed on CB Caper as well and chose the 4, Saskabush Steve here. I think the 5, he's Watching You, could upset. 7-2 won't be much of an upset, but he's another light on wins horse in this group. It's a tough group to sort out on that basis. I'm using the 2, I'm a Dude, as well in this ticket. You could easily box those top 3 for the exactor and try. And to complete my superfecta, the 3, Springbridge Jim. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering available on race 1. Good luck. We're getting a look at my best bet and spot play for this evening's card. The best bet is coming up in our Race 3 feature, the Preferred Handicap Trot. It's number 5, Tyrone Bowtie, an 8-time winner this season, and he's got most of those wins at the Rideau Preferred level. Tyrone Bowtie back in line to Guy Gagnon, who was in the bike for his September 3rd Rideau Preferred Handicap victory. He's got the outside post, but post 5, not as bad as when you get up to 7 and 8 horse fields in the Preferred Handicap. So I think he's a safe bet there. And the spot play is a couple of races deeper into the program. Another trotter with the rail, MVP's daughter, Jerome Lombart's only drive of the card, a 3-time winner this season, and she looked sharp in a tight place finish. She was gaining ground right to the wire September 10th at this track after coming in following her Hippodrome 3R victory on September 5th. So MVP's daughter, rail advantage, and she's up against a similar crew, including the winner of the September 10th matchup, Southwind Russian, who has post 5 for Stéphane Pouliot. But based on her performance, I think she may be able to get the win here. MVP's daughter, my spot play, post 1, race 5. For those who enjoy the Rideau Carleton Simulcast Lounge, you can check out the 2025 Little Brown Jug Day card. That's coming up tomorrow, Thursday, September 18th, throughout the afternoon. And you can catch that right here in the Trackside Simulcast Lounge with self-serve betting machines and everything you need, all the screens and seating. You can even play pool between races if you like. There's free pool down there. And Saturday evening, we're starting fresh in Tammy Forgey's free-to-play handicapping contest, which was won last weekend. Somebody took down the $700 jackpot, so it's starting fresh again on this Saturday evening, the 20th of September, in our Trackside Simulcast area. Free to enter, and you must be on track to enter and or collect your winnings. It's a $100 jackpot in Tammy's contest on Mohawk Million and Metro Pace Night, so it's a great evening of live harness racing to take in via simulcast here in the nation's capital. We're about 12 minutes away from post time for race 1. If you're just joining us, whether at the OTB, at the track, or online, we welcome you to Rideau Carleton. 9 live races this evening. If you're in the Ottawa area, you might want to check out something interesting tomorrow at the Bytown Cinema. That's downtown on Rideau Street. It's a screening of a harness racing movie. In fact, it's the best harness racing movie I've ever seen. It's a Quebec-France co-production called Tempête. It is going to be showing with free admission tomorrow from 1 until 3 p.m. Doors open at 12:30. And we're going to have a discussion afterwards. If you have any questions about harness racing or you're interested in participating in harness racing more deeply, if you're already a fan, you can find out more. We've got some guest speakers after the screening of Tempête at the Bytown Cinema tomorrow, Thursday, September 18th, 1 until 3 p.m. Hope you can join us.
Attends que je sois jockey, papa. Je vais t'aider. Arrête de rire, papa. Je serai jockey.
Allez, ma princesse, au lit.
Papa,
Ouais.
un jour je te battrai à la course.
Dodo.
Super accélération de tempête qui se rapproche des premiers.
C'est ton papa ou les chevaux qui gagnent les courses? Les deux. T'as vu comment elle m'obéit bien? Elle s'appelle Tempête.
Mais oh là la grosse guitare de Santiago. Tempête est au galop.
Tu viens?
Il faut absolument que son jockey la remette au trot, sinon c'est la disqualification.
On est là pour toi.
On est en train de tout perdre.
Non, on n'est pas en train de tout perdre. Il nous reste nous. On va se relever.
Tempête, elle est trop forte. Philippe veut même l'inscrire au qualif.
Elle serait bien plus performante au remontée.
Bah, montre.
Elle est repassée au trot.
J'y arrive plus. J'ai plus de muscles.
T'as 4 musclés alors.
Nous, si on gagne pas cette année, on met la clé sous la porte.
C'est le plus dur ce que t'es en train de faire, mon amour. C'est super. Vas-y, vas-y, vas-y.
Et papa, il va se relever.
Ouais, va tout se relever.
Tempête qui va peut-être réussir. L'exploit, oui.
Thanks again to our Rideau Carleton video department for screening the official trailer for the film Tempête. If that looked appealing, again, admission is free at the Bytown Cinema. Doors open at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow, and we're sure to have a good discussion afterwards. Thank you to Ontario Racing and the National Capital Region Harness Horse Association for supporting the free screening of Tempête at the Bytown Cinema on Thursday, September 18th, 1 to 3 p.m. We're getting a look at race 1 now. The betting board, relatively unchanged, at least as far as the favorite goes. It's still the 3, Springbridge Gym, 4 to 5 odds. The quick turnaround, sometimes a giveaway that a horse is in really good form. And if they don't get the win on the first try, they send them right back out again to try again and capitalize on that strong current form. So Springbridge Jim is making a quick turnaround, and he's back in line to the driver he was with for his 2025 victory so far. That was on June 4th for Robert Shepard, who's driving the 3 Springbridge Jim once again here. He is the 4 to 5 favorite. Glenn Pearson likes the 5 on top of his ticket. He's Watching You, who got parked early Wednesday and backpedaled a single file third by the opening quarter. He was caught in and shuffled back as Blue Elvis advanced first over on the backstretch. He's Watching You followed the first over winner, Sports Jacket, down the stretch, and he drifted very wide late. He just missed. He's Watching You has one 2025 win. That was June 15th at Hippodrome 3R on a class drop. He is up in class here. He closed for 4th at a higher Rideau Carleton classification last October 24th in his only previous drive by Pascal Berube. That's number 5. He's Watching You in race 1, currently at odds of 9 to 1. My top choice in race 1 is now the 3 to 5 favorite, number 4, Saskabush Steve, whose only 2025 win was on May 25th, which was also his most recent start for driver Guy Gagnon. Saskabush Steve was racing on or near the pace from an inside post throughout the mile over a good Rideau surface in that May 25th victory. Saskabush Steve has never missed a check when driven by Guy Gagnon in 7 previous races together. He's got some class relief here as well. Number 4, Saskabush Steve, the current 3 to 5 favorite. 8 to 1 odds on number 2, I'm a Dude. He and Stéphane Pouliot got away 5th behind a dueling Gascoigne Sunday and Woodmere Gaelic last Wednesday. I'm a Dude raced first over along the backstretch, matching strides with 1 to 2 favorite Woodmere Gaelic at 3/4. He closed gamely on the outside for show. And I'm a Dude is quite an impressive animal. He was a former $8,000 yearling who has now earned well over $400,000 in purse winnings in his career. He has post 2 in race 1, and he's drifting up to 19-1 now. I would think that's a little dangerous to leave him out of the top 3 in your ticket. Number 2, I'm a Dude in race 1.
Night of my life, and wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride, baby. Don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright, baby. I'ma have the best freaking night of my life, and wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride, baby. Don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright, baby. If you're at the track, you might want to check out the simulcast lounge between races this evening at the Delaware County Fairgrounds in Ohio. The Jugette is happening, the 3-year-old pacing filly equivalent to the Little Brown Jug. And the 2 elimination winners, Odds on Chesapeake and Rodeo Drive Deo. It should be a good matchup for the Jugette final. In the meantime, focusing on Rideau Carleton. Thanks for the message, Uncle Turfy, thinking about doing a key box 4 with the 2, 3, and 5 in race 1. I would definitely support that. I see the 3 is the favorite again. The horse who isn't in Glenn's ticket, and he's lower down in my ticket. That is Springbridge Jim, 1-5 right now. He, to my eyes anyway, appears to be a somewhat tough horse to drive. He's tough to figure out. He has 2 wins last season, 1 win this year, and it was for Robert Shepard, who's back in the bike tonight driving Springbridge Jim. I just don't know. He's got a bit of back class to him, and in his most recent start, it was his trainer Andrew Moore driving on September 14th. There's that quick turnaround angle I mentioned. This horse raced on Sunday. He's back racing again here with a bit of class relief as well tonight. But in his most recent start for Robert Shepard, Springbridge Jim finished 6th behind Time to Dancing. So he has a few things in his favor. I don't know that I see him as a 1-5 horse here, but I would use him in my ticket. Now displayed on screen, I have him a little further down the ticket. I have greater confidence in Saskabush Steve. Just 1 win this season and 1 win last year. But he's been close in recent times. In fact, he was a place finisher, second by a neck after cutting fractions here September 3rd for Robert Shepard. The horses are approaching the track for the race 1 post parade. The race 1 pacers are non-winners of $425 per start in their last 10, or $550 per start in their last 10 for fillies and mares. They race for a purse of $6,200. Number 1 is CB Caper, owned by Lloyd Howley of Cars Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Ryan Guy. She's the lone mare in the field. 2 is I'm a Dude, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 3 is the current 2-5 favorite, Springbridge Jim, co-owned by trainer Andrew Moore of Osgood, Ontario, with Tommy Godfrey of Charlottetown, PEI. Robert Shepard drives. 4 is Saskabush Steve, owned and trained by Alain Martin of Gatineau, Quebec, driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is He's Stalking You, owned by Alexia Frigo of Quebec, trained by Kelly Duval-Lacaille and driven by Pascal Berube. And rounding out this field from post 6, 364, owned and trained by Marcel Rozon of Saint-Lazare de Vaudreuil, Quebec. William Mois is in the sulky. That's your field of 6 pacers for upcoming race 1. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early daily double wagering available. No changes in any of the first 3 races. So the board has shifted back and forth a little bit, and number 3, Springbridge Jim, is the 1-2 favorite once again. He's reunited with Robert Shepard, who was one of the drivers who wasn't racing at Rideau Carleton on Sunday. He was part of the stakes-heavy card at Hippodrome 3R, but Robert Shepard, Pascal Berube, and Guy Gagnon are all back here this evening. Springbridge Jim, just 1 win this season. It was a fast one, 152-2, but it wasn't a recent win. That was back on June 4th. It was from post 2, so the post position agrees with Springbridge Jim. Just because the summer's over practically doesn't mean that the live racing comes to an end at Rideau Carleton. In fact, it continues every Wednesday and Sunday evening right up until the end of November. We also have 2 Sunday evenings in December, the 7th and 14th of December, but every Wednesday evening at 6 p.m., every Sunday evening at 6:30 p.m., with the exception of 1 week in late November. We're going back to a Thursday instead of a Wednesday. More on that as it gets closer. Windows remain open for race 1. Glenn Pearson's top choice here, he's stalking you, is 15-1. He was second by a head to Sports Jacket at a lower level here on September 10th. I think the concern reflected in that high price has to do with how wide he got in the stretch. This horse inexplicably was almost out of the frame in the win photo, although he was second by a head to Sports Jacket. He's stalking you up in class here. Sylvain Lacaille not driving this evening at Rideau Carleton, and he's stalking you. Has only had 1 previous drive by Pascal Berube, who's in the bike tonight. In case you're wondering, that was a 4th place finish at a higher classification here last October 24th, when He's Watching You was driven by Pascal Berube. The starter has called the field for race 1. This is your last chance to play the early double. The Pacers are lining up now. 1 is CB Caper for Ryan Guy. 2, I'm a Dude, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, Springbridge Jim for Robert Shepard, the 3-5 current favorite. 4, Saskabush Steve, Guy Gagnon. 5, He's Stalking You for Pascal Berube. And on the outside, number 6, 364 for William Waugh. They're on the turn. They're all in line except CB Caper, who's several lengths back as the starting gate is entering the backstretch. They're quickly approaching the start. They're off and pacing, and it's an early battle among 3 of them. I'm a Dude, Springbridge Jim, and Saskabush Steve duking it out. Taking back for Guy Gagnon. That's Saskabush Steve backing down, and Springbridge Jim working his way to the lead ahead of the pocket sitting I'm a Dude, who now shadows him from second, just ahead of Saskabush Steve. It's about a length and a half back to 4th for CB Caper, and at the back of the field, He's Stalking You and 364. 27-3 to the opening quarter. They're single file coming in front of the grandstand the first time, and it's Springbridge Jim on the engine for Robert Shepard. He leads by about a length and a quarter over I'm a Dude. Close up in 3rd, Saskabush Steve. A little closer from 4th, CB Caper. Still racing 5th. He's Stalking You, and at the back of the bunch, 364. They're single file to the halfway station and led by Springbridge Jim to that point in 57 seconds flat. He's keeping a length ahead of I'm a Dude, who looms the danger from the pocket and looks liable to make a move soon. Waiting for that move, Saskabush Steve is stalking closely from 3rd and gapping again in 4th. That's CB Caper. First over out of 5th. Pascal Berube now sending He's Stalking You and gapping at the back of the group. 364, 124 and 4 3/4, trying to see this through on the front end. Springbridge Jim is still leading by a length, no longer happy to wait. Guy Gagnon sending Saskabush Steve in pursuit, but it may be too late. It's Springbridge Jim out there, and I'm a Dude is going to have a say. I'm a Dude chasing him to the wire. I'm a Dude within range, and it's going to be Springbridge Jim over I'm a Dude, Saskabush Steve, and He's Stalking You. 153 and 2. It got very close at the wire, but the front end trip paid off for Springbridge Jim and Robert Shepard in race 1, 153 and 2. Fast mile. A very good second after the pocket ride. I'm a Dude charging late to miss by about a head. Saskabush Steve up for show after seemingly waiting forever to try to get some cover in race 1. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is now posted. 4 to 5 favorite. Number 3, Springbridge Jim, the race winner. Over 2, I'm a Dude, second. 4, Saskabush Steve was third. And 5, he's stalking you, closed for fourth. 3, 2, 4, 5 in race 1. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. It's official race 1 winner, number 3, Springbridge Jim, an 8-year-old bay gelding by Big Jim out of Stonebridge Vision, owned by trainer Andrew Moore of Osgood, Ontario, with Tommy Godfrey of Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Springbridge Jim was bred by Angie Stiller of Arva, Ontario, and driven to victory by Robert Shepard, who was in the bike for his other win back in June. 153 and 2, the winning time tonight for the 4 to 5 favorite Springbridge Jim in race 1. Prices are now posted for race 1. Number 3, Springbridge Jim returns $3.60 to win. The $2 3-2 exactor pays $11. The $1 triactor 3-2-4 combination pays $8. And the $1 superfecta 3-2-4-5 pays $13.70. The race 1 rundown is now posted. 1, CB Caper was 5th. 2, I'm a Dude, a fast closing 2nd and a horse to circle for next race. 4 to 5 favorite, number 3, Springbridge Jim got his 2nd seasonal victory for Robert Shepherd. 4, Saskabush Steve was 3rd. 5, He's Stalking You 4th. And 6, 364 finished 6th. From the top down, your program should read 5, 2, 1, 3, 4, 6. The fractions 27 and 3, 57 flat, 124 and 4, 153 and 2. Springbridge Jim, gate to wire. Looks like we have a late change in race 9 on the 1, going blind to open bridle. That's the 1 in our last race of tonight's card. Wasting No Time. We're getting a look at the win photo from race 1. As I mentioned, put a circle around I'm a Dude for next time because he was closing very impressively there, gaining ground right to the wire against the gate to wire winner, Springbridge Jim, who held him off by about a head. Race 2 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early pick 4 wagering. This is a field of 7 with no changes. Glenn Pearson is going with the current 3 to 5 favorite. That's Built to Thrill, who happens to be Pascal Berube's choice over the 2, Bet Till Dawn, in this field. Built to Thrill broke her maiden on September 7th with Berube in the sulky. She's a lightly raced mare who's actually never missed the Rideau Carleton Superfecta. She's up in class here, but that was a real confidence builder after a string of place finishes to some pretty good horses, including Caviart Seacrest and Better Zone. So Built to Thrill, the 4-year-old daughter of Big Jim, looking to build on that first win. And it was a win by eye-catching margin of 7 3/4 lengths, 156 flat. Up in class for a reason, and Glenn's top selection in race 2. There were no changes in race 2. If you're playing the early pick 4 that begins here, though, note there's an equipment change in race 4, which is part of the sequence. Number 3, Agricola, in race 4 goes blind to blinkers. My top choice in race 2 is 13-1 at the moment, even though Robert Shepard is driving, and he just captured the first race of the night. Major Motion is moving to the frontier for Robert Shepard. This horse started from the trailing post position in his last start. Even so, Major Motion showed gate speed last Wednesday, advancing to 4th along the pylons early. He was caught in and shuffled back on the second turn and then caught inside of Blue Elvis. And Major Motion looked loaded with pace at 3/4, but had no racing room. He seemed to be searching for a path down the stretch and closed 3 wide late. He was 4th in a 4-horse blanket finish, and he's up in class. His most recent win was a pocket ride back on June 17th, 2023 at Kawartha Downs for driver Jeff Hunt. We'll see if Major Motion can make a major turnaround tonight and get his first win in a couple of years. It's possible in this class of horses who don't have a lot on their current earnings and wins list. It can make for a good betting race, though, a competitive one. The 6 Haka Timatanga is a 6-5 favorite now. That's my second choice here. I wouldn't leave this horse out of the ticket. Ryan Guy staying loyal to the 6 Haka Timatanga after this horse quietly paced the fastest mile of his life last Wednesday, 1:56.4. Haka Timatanga getting some class relief. He's a front-end loving gelding who crushed here last December 15th over a good surface. And note the trainer change as well. This is the debut for trainer Luc Loyer, who trains the 6 Haka Timatanga. I understand that the trainer of the 4, Little Casara, is celebrating something today. Maybe a win after the race. She's 7-2 here. Little Casara and Clark Stacey pocketed up behind the 6-5 second favorite Muktuk Annie, September 7th, and got circled by the 4-5 winner Jack Wick on the final turn. She was gapping late but held on for show and gets some class relief here. 9-2 respect for the 4, Little Casara. As mentioned, race 2 kicks off the early pick 4. There's also exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. I'm going with 3 horses here. I might throw in Little Casara as well. I was weighing that. None of these are horses with a lot of recent wins, so it can be tough to judge. But I use the 1 Major Motion, the 6 Haka Timatanga, and the 3 Built to Thrill, the current 4-5 favorite. I singled my best bet in race 3. That's our preferred handicap trot feature. The 5 is Tyrone Bowtie for Guy Gagnon and trainer Mike Armstrong. And then in race 4, this one wide open. I think the 7 Anna's Wish has a lot of back class to her. And now with Robert Shepard in the bike for the first time, she's an intriguing prospect despite that outside post. The 2, Mickey Makes Some Speed, is actually Pascal Berrube's choice over Agricola and Kiki D Hanover in race 4. So that's a must-use horse. He's also free-legged again for the second consecutive start. That's a 2, Mickey Makes Some Speed in race 4. The 5, Kiki D Hanover, making the second start back after her comeback from illness. And she has Marie-Claude Auger driving. So post 5 in race 4, I would use her. And the 1 Beach Roller for Ryan Guy and Brian Gibson, the old Troubled Trip Angle. This horse faced interference at Kawartha Downs on September 13th. It has the rail in race 4. And race 5, the concluding leg, going with 3 of them here. My spot play, the 1, MVP's Daughter, Jerome Lombard's only horse entered tonight at Rideau Carleton. The 4, Lorenzo, who pocketed up for an upset on September 10th for Robert Shepard. And the 5, Southwind Russian. At his best for trainer-driver Stéphane Pouliot, this could be a preferred trotter at this track. We'll see what he decides to be in race 5. That early pick 4, a 20-cent base wager, will cost you $7.20. Good luck in your selections. The race 2 pacers are coming on track now for the post parade. Here comes the race 2 post parade. These pacers are non-winners of $8,000 lifetime. Fillies and mares, $12,000 lifetime. Also eligible, $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $15,000 lifetime. Allowances for fillies and mares as well. And also eligible, non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10. The purse is $5,800. Number 1 is Major Motion, owned and trained by Jennifer McBride of Almonte, Ontario. Robert Shepard hoping to go back-to-back. Two is Bet Till Dawn, owned and trained by Jennifer McBride of Almonte, Ontario. Guy Gagnon drives. The current 4-5 favorite is number 3, Built to Thrill, owned by Gilles Plourde, along with trainer Karen Kroger, both of Chelsea, Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. Four is Little Cassara, owned by Ross Hitchens of Westbrook, Ontario, trained by Cara Stacey, and Clark Stacey drives. 5 is Sport a Lucky Star, owned by Kathy McBride of Almonte, Ontario, who also trains. William Waugh drives. 6 is Haka Timatanga, owned by Pierre Piedalou of Saint-Alexandre, Quebec, trained by Luc Loyer. Ryan Guy is in the bike. And from Post 7, State News, owned by Robin Lawler of Camden East, Ontario, trained by Raymond Crick. Mike Healy gets the catch drive. That's your field of 7 pacers for upcoming Race 2. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early pick 4 wagering. No changes in races 2 or 3. In race 4, again, number 3, Agricola, going blind to blinkers. No changes in race 5. We're getting a good look at the current 3-5 favorite from Post 3, Built to Thrill. Pascal Berube's choice over the 2, Bet Till Dawn. As mentioned, she seemed to have some seconditis happening, partially because of who she was racing against. Built to Thrill was a beaten favorite on numerous occasions and finished second 5 times in a row. But she got along well with Pascal Berube on September 7th and successfully wired by a wide margin. Berube back in the bike here after that maiden win for the 4-year-old Big Jim mare. Glenn Pearson likes her on top of the ticket. The 3, Built to Thrill. He's using 4, Little Casara in the place spot, 1, Major Motion third, and completing his superfecta with the 6, Haka Timatanga. Glenn Pearson's 20-cent pick 4 ticket is posted, a very economical ticket costing $5.40 for the 20-cent base wager. He's actually singling the 3 Built to Thrill, the 4-5 favorite in upcoming race 2, which kicks off that early pick 4. In race 3, he's using the 3, 4, and 5 in the preferred handicap trot, raising Rusty, Rose Run, Why Not, and Tyrone Bowtie. And then in race 4, he's got Mickey Make Some Speed from post 2, as well as the 4, You Wait, I'll Go First, and the 6, Lucky Leonard for Guy Gagnon. And in the concluding leg, he's using the 4, Lorenzo, the 5, Southwind Russian, and the 6, Stormont Cheerio. The starter has called the field for race 2. This is your last opportunity to play the early daily double tonight at Rideau Carleton. Good luck. The Pacers are assembling in front of the grandstand for the start of race 2 and the beginning of the early pick 4. 1 is Major Motion for Robert Shepard. 2, Bet Till Dawn for Guy Gagnon. 3, Built to Thrill for Pascal Berube, the 4-5 favorite. 4 is Little Casara for Clark Stacey. 5, Sport a Lucky Star, William Waugh. 6, Haka Timatanga for Ryan Guy. And on the outside, 7, State News for Mike Healy. They're on the backstretch. And the raw fan pacing taken to the back of the field. State News and surging to an early lead. Reaching now, that's Little Casara and Clark Stacey. And they're continuing to reach because Built to Thrill is making her work for it. And oh, that's Built to Thrill dropping out of contention, getting steppy gated there, inheriting the lead. Little Casara and Clark Stacey under immediate pressure from the first over. Haka Timatanga and Ryan Guy en route to the opening quarter. That's Haka Timatanga alongside the pace-setting Little Casara past the 28 flat opening quarter. Landing on the lead now, Haka Timatanga just a length ahead of Little Casara. Following from third, Major Motion. In fourth, that's Sport a Lucky Star. Fifth, Bet Till Dawn. And in sixth, State News. Far back and actually pulling up on the turn. Built to Thrill out of contention. The remaining 6 pacers reach the halfway point in 58-2, a 30-2 second panel for the leader, Haka Timatanga, still out there by a length over Little Casara, sitting the pocket, still patiently third, Major Motion, gapping slightly. In fourth, that's Sport a Lucky Star. First over in fifth, State News. And at the back of the contenders, Bet Till Dawn. Pulled up on the turn with the sulky removed, Built to Thrill. They reach 3/4 in 1:27.1. Haka Timatanga trying to see it through on the front end. Here comes a first over move. Robert Shepard sending Major Motion out of third to challenge down the stretch. Major Motion putting up a fight on the outside against the defending leader, Haka Timatanga. Up the inside, Little Casara. Between horses, it's still Haka Timatanga over Major Motion. Little Casara third, 1:56.4. Haka Timatanga proves that the front end trip is a successful one this evening at Rideau Carleton. A front-end victory after inheriting the lead past the opening quarter. Charging late, Major Motion, a close second. And early leader, Little Casara, had some late pace as well for show in this close 156-4 decision. Unofficial results are now posted for the top 4 finishers in race 2 at odds of 10-1. Number 6, Haka Timatanga gets the win for Ryan Guy. Second, 1, Major Motion. Third, 4, Little Casara. And fourth was the 5, Sport a Lucky Star at odds of 30-1 for William Waugh. 6-1-4-5 in race 2. Please hold all tickets. We have an inquiry. A driver objection has been lodged. The driver of 4 on the driver of 6. So the show finisher, Little Casara and Clark Stacey against the winner, unofficial winner, 6, Haka Timatanga and Ryan Guy. The inquiry and driver objection pertains to possible interference in the stretch. Please hold all tickets. Results are unofficial. The AGCO judges looking at footage of the stretch drive from race 2 and speaking with the drivers involved. Again, possible interference. 6-4. The driver objection lodged by Clark Stacey against Ryan Guy. We're taking a look now at possible interference in deep stretch in race 2. The inquiry currently being conducted by the AGCO racing officials is about whether number 6, Haka Timatanga, possibly caused interference to number 4, Little Casara, in the stretch. Please hold all tickets as the inquiry and driver objection is reviewed. The judges have just let me know that there will be no change to the order of finish. The inquiry and driver objection have been disallowed in race 2. Number 4, Little Casara and driver Clark Stacy were determined to have had access to the passing lane, and there was no interference by 6 Hakatimatanga on the 4, Little Casara. Race 2 is now official. Prices are posted for race 2. Number 6, Hakatimatanga pays $22.30 to win, after taking a new lifetime mark as well of 156 and 4. The $2 double 3-6 combination, $65.70. The $2 6-1 exactor pays $65.60. It's $68.70 for the 6-1-4 $1 triactor, and $1,801.85 for the $1 superfecta. 6-1-4-5. And the race 2 rundown is now posted. 1, Major Motion was second. 2, Bet Till Dawn, fifth. 3, Built to Thrill. The 4-5 favorite was pulled up and did not finish. 4, Little Casara was a close third. 5, Sport a Lucky Star, fourth at odds of 30-1. 6, Hakatimatanga, a 10-1 winner for Ryan Guy. And 7, State News was sixth. From the top down, your program should read 2-5 DNF 3-4-1-6. The fractions, 28 seconds flat, 58 and 2, 127 and 1, 156 and 4. A new lifetime mark for Hakatimatanga. And we also have a birthday to announce. Little Casara was a good third there. No doubt part of the birthday present for Cara. Happy birthday to trainer Cara Stacy from your family and friends here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Race 3 is coming up next, the Preferred Handicap Trot. No changes to this field of 5 top-class trotters. My best bet happens to be in this race. It's the 5, Tyrone Bowtie, currently the 4-5 favorite for Guy Gagnon and Mike Armstrong. He's an 8-time winner this season and has done very well at this track. Tyrone Bowtie captured the September 3rd Rideau Preferred Handicap for the returning Guy Gagnon. Tyrone Bowtie got a pocket ride as 4-5 favorite that race after allowing Kanagami Coco to cut the fractions. Tyrone Bowtie pulled the pocket at the top of the stretch and drew away from Kanagami Coco, approaching the wire for his 7th 2025 win in the Rideau Preferred Handicap Trot. He's a fairly safe bet. In a small field like this, it's always interesting. A talented group of trotters and no extreme posts to really handicap the top ones to the extent that you would see when there's 7 or 8 in the race. So Glenn Pearson agrees with me that in this strong group, you still have to go with the outside horse, number 5, Tyrone Bowtie, looking to go back-to-back, and he is already a 7-time winner of the Rideau Preferred Handicap Trot this season. Glenn likes the 3 second. That's Raising Rusty, making his 2nd consecutive start with Lasix, although he was winless racing with the medication from March 31st through June 20th of last year at this track. Raising Rusty led throughout the mile in a start from the Rideau rail at a lower level last Wednesday, and he was stung late by the pocket-sitting Lorenzo. He's up in class here. That's the 3, Raising Rusty in race 3. Currently 9-2 on the tote board. He's my 3rd choice in the race. I like the mare, number 4, Rose Run Why Not, in the place spot. She won her first ever Rideau Preferred Handicap on August 27th and makes a quick turnaround after setting the pace Sunday for Pascal Berube in the Hippodrome 3R Invitational Trot. She was stung late by Kanagami Coco. 6-1 right now. On the 4, Rose Run Why Not. 5-1 on the rail horse. That's the Can-Am Banker making his first start since August 20th. He has yet to win again after a front-end trip at a lower classification July 2nd in his seasonal Rideau debut for Pascal Berube. That was a win from post 8, and it was a front-end winning trip, so he had gate speed galore and was at a lower classification for that win on July 2nd. Now he's got trainer Carl Duguay driving, and he's making a comeback after being scratched, sick, and injured August 27th and then September 3rd. So hopefully he's feeling better tonight. He's a 3-time winner this year. Number 1, the Can-Am Banker. If you didn't have Hakatimatanga in race 2, you might be flipping ahead in the program in search of the middle pick 4, and it's coming up in race 4. Glenn Pearson has worked out his ticket already. And he's going 3 deep in that first leg in race 4. That's a middle pick 4 using Mickey Make Some Speed. You Wait, I'll Go First, and Lucky Leonard. Race 5, he's got Lorenzo, Southwind Russian, and Stormont Cheerio. Race 6, going with the 5, Bayfield Beach, and the 6, Smokestack. And in race 7, using the 3, Shadow Dave, as well as the 4, Better at High Tide, with a 3-race win streak on the line, and the 7, Ladyford Dollar, after an impressive win from Post 7 on Sunday for Marie-Claude O'Shea and John McMillan. Here comes the post parade for our Wednesday night feature, the Race 3 Preferred Handicap Trot, with a purse of $10,000 and no changes. Number 1 is the Can-Am Banker, owned by Investissement KFB, Sorel Tracy, Quebec, as well as trainer-driver co-owner Carl Duguay of Trois-Rivières. Two is Stomper Tom, owned by Wade and Philippe Toussaint of Cardinal, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong. Marie-Claude Auger drives. Three is Raising Rusty, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 4 is the Mayor Rose Run Why Not, owned by Investissement KFB, Sorel Tracy, with trainer Carl Duguay of Trois-Rivières sharing ownership. Pascal Berube drives. And completing the field from post 5 is current 1-2 favorite Tyrone Bowtie, owned by Rachel Burns with Wade and Philippe Toussaint of Cardinal, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong. Guy Gagnon back in the sulky. That's your field of 5 preferred trotters for upcoming race 3. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. Good luck. We're zooming in on Tyrone Bowtie. Looking sensational warming up. He's got quite a stride to him and not a lot of equipment. The 5, Tyrone Bowtie, captured the September 3rd preferred handicap here for Guy Gagnon, who's back aboard. He was a winning 4-5 favorite that race. with a perfect pocket ride behind Kanogami Coco. He knows how to win at this level 7 times this season. Tyrone Bowtie has captured the preferred handicap trot. He's 2-5 on the tote board for a reason. Hello to Jason Bedell if he's watching. I know he's a fan of Tyrone Bowtie. He's asked about the horse before. He's getting all the attention on the tote board right now. Tyrone Bowtie, 2-5. Getting an equipment adjustment at the moment in front of the grandstand. Number 1, the Can-Am Banker and Carl Duguay. Looks like something to do with the shaft of the sulky on the left-hand side for the Can-Am Banker. Being adjusted there, and now he's on his way. So far tonight in the first 2 races, the horses who have made front around the quarter, if not sooner, have been able to get the win. So the front end trips have been good so far tonight. I wouldn't call it a bias yet. Still time to wager on race 3. With Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering available. Glenn Pearson's selections are now on screen. He agrees with me. It's hard to go against number 5, Tyrone Bowtie, the popular choice, a 1-5 favorite at the moment for Guy Gagnon. The starter has called the field for race 3. This is your last opportunity to play the pick 3 that kicks off here. The trotters are gathering behind the gate. 1 is the Can-Am Banker for Carl Duguay. 2 is Stomper Tom for Marie-Claude Auger. 3, Raising Rusty, Stéphane Pouliot. 4, Rose Run Why Not for Pascal Berube. And on the outside, 5, Tyrone Bowtie for Guy Gagnon, the 1-5 favorite. They're on the turn and still finding their way into position. Stomper Tom is lining up now. And further back, Raising Rusty, quickly gaining ground as they approach the start. They're off and trotting, taken to the back of the field. The Can-Am banker timing the gate perfectly. Stefan Pouliot with Raising Rusty, who's landed on the lead, and he's immediately in the sights of Guy Gagnon and Tyrone Bowtie. First over and matching strides, now sticking a neck in front and drawing ahead on the first turn. Following them from third, Stomper Tom. Then back in fourth is Rose Run Why Not, and trailing the field, the Can-Am banker to the opening quarter. They're led by the 1-5 favorite, make that 1-9 favorite, Tyrone Bowtie, getting there in 29-1, a leisurely first panel, and he now leads by 2 lengths over next closest Raising Rusty. Then it's back to Stomper Tom in third. Fourth is still Rose Run Why Not, and racing wide at the back of the field, the Can-Am banker trying to get something underway as they head around the second turn now, leading still by about 2 lengths to the half in 58-3. That's Tyrone Bowtie getting there in a 29-2 second panel. He's widened his lead now to 3 lengths over next closest Raising Rusty, and still following from third with the determined low head carriage, Stomper Tom in fourth, and looking to possibly tip wide, Rose Run Why Not, gapping last at 3/4, the Can-Am banker, 125-4 at 3/4. Up front, still looking strong, Tyrone Bowtie. He's trying to keep ahead of the rest of the field, doing so very successfully, I should add. And it's him versus the clock now. It's Tyrone Bowtie and Guy Gagnon all alone. The battle is for place, and that's going to go to the mare, Rose Run Why Not, over Raising Rusty and Stomper Tom. 154-3. Tyrone Bowtie just had to stay focused. Guy Gagnon kept him on task, and those ground-covering strides did the rest, carrying him easily to his latest preferred handicap victory at Rideau Carleton. The battle was for place, and the red-hooded Rose Run Why Not drew ahead of Raising Rusty and Stomper Tom to take down second in race 3. Unofficial top 4 order of finish is now posted for race 3, going off at final odds of 1-9. Number 5, Tyrone Bowtie for Guy Gagnon's first driving win of the night. 4, Rose Run Why Not finished second. 3, Raising Rusty was third, and 2, Stomper Tom fourth. 5, 4, 3, 2. Please hold all tickets. Results are unofficial. Now coming back to the very familiar Rideau Carleton winner's circle. It's unofficial race 3 winner, number 5, Tyrone Bowtie, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Looks Like a Chippendale out of Risk Seeker. Owned by Rachel Burns, Wade and Philippe Toussaint, all of Cardinal, Ontario. Bred by Cynthia Graham and William Wolfrey of Ontario. Trained by Mike Armstrong. driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. That's win number 9 of the season for Tyrone Bowtie. 1:54.3, a fifth of a second from equaling his lifetime mark. Congratulations to the top class winner, Tyrone Bowtie. Race 3 is now official. Prices are posted for race 3, where number 5, Tyrone Bowtie, returns $2.30 to win. The 5-4 $2 exactor pays $3.80. It's $3.15 for the $1 triactor, the 5-4-3 combination, and $4.50 for the $1 superfecta, 5-4-3-2. The race 3 rundown is now posted. 1, the Can-Am Banker was 5th. 2, Stomper Tom 4th. 3, Raising Rusty 3rd. 4, Rose Run Why Not was 2nd. And the 1-9 favorite from post 5, Tyrone Bowtie, the race winner in 1:54.3 for Guy Gagnon. From the top down, your program should read 5-4-3-2-1. The fractions 29-1. 58-3, 125-4, 154-3. The winning mile for Tyrone Bowtie. It's nice to see some of the harness racing Twitter or X people weighing in tonight. Uncle Turfy finding that to be an impressive win by Tyrone Bowtie. I agree. And Eric from the Clinton Raceway area tuning in tonight. Nice to see you as well. He's a great photographer, often posting his racing photos from Clinton Raceway during their season on Twitter or X. Race 4 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Middle pick 4 wagering. And this is a little bit of a head-scratcher race. Some of these coming in don't have a lot on the resume this year. What puzzles me the most is that the 7, Anna's Wish, is 0 for 19 this year. A 9-time winner last season, and she's been coming close and often a beaten favorite as well. So Robert Shepard driving the 7 Anna's Wish here at 5-2. I think she wins. I think she gets the breakthrough win tonight. Her top rival could be the 2, Mickey Makes Some Speed, who is Pascal Berube's choice over the 3 and the 5. I'm using Mickey Makes Some Speed. I'm also using the 5, Kiki D. Hanover, the 3-year-old Better's Delight filly, picking up Marie-Claude Auger for trainer Jeremy Marcotte. And the 1, Beach Roller, the class dropper with rail advantage for Brian Gibson and Ryan Guy. This one coming in off the classic Troubled Trip interference late from a breaker at Kawartha Downs, September 13th. Race 5 going with MVP's daughter, Lorenzo, and Southwind Russian. Race 6, I think it's between the 5, Bayfield Beach, and the 6, Smokestack. And then the last leg, race 7, the 4, Better at High Tide, the 7, Lady for Dollar, and the 3, Shadow Dave are my selections. The horses are coming towards the track now for the race 4 post parade. Another reminder that if you want to learn more about harness racing in general from some horsewomen who are participants here at Rideau Carleton and see a beautiful film about the sport, the Bytown Cinema tomorrow, Thursday, September 18th, is screening the film Tempête. Doors open at 12:30. The screening and question and answer run from 1 until 3 p.m. tomorrow at the Bytown Cinema on Rideau Street downtown. A harness racing film and discussion presentation from the National Capital Region Harness Horse Association and Ontario Racing. The race 4 Pacers are on track for the post parade. They're non-winners of $20,000 lifetime, $25,000 for fillies and mares. Also eligible non-winners of $650 per start in their last 10. The purse, $6,800. Number 1 is Beach Roller, owned by William Gibson of Kingston, Ontario, trained by Brian Gibson. Ryan Guy drives. 2 is the free-legged Mickey Makes Some Speed, owned and trained by Marc-André Simoneau of Trois-Rivières, Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. 3 is Agricola, who gets a bridle change going blind to blinkers. He's owned and trained by Marc-André Simoneau of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, and driven by Loic Guriel. 4 is You Wait, I'll Go First, owned by Pierre Piedalou of Saint-Alexandre, Quebec, trained by Luc Loyer. William Waugh drives. 5 is the current even money favorite, Kiki D Hanover, the 3-year-old filly with a bridle change here, going blinkers to open for owner-trainer Jeremy Marcotte of Notre-Dame de l'Épée, Quebec, and catch driver Marie-Claude Auger. 6 is Lucky Leonard, owned by trainer Caroline Malo-Tetro of Saint-Ligory, Quebec, and driven by Guy Gagnon. And completing this field from post 7, Anna's Wish, owned and trained by Sylvain Côté of Joliette, Quebec, and Robert Shepard is in the sulky. That's your field of 7 pacers for upcoming race 4, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and middle pick 4 wagering available. As mentioned, a couple of equipment changes in this race on the 3 Agricola, going blind to blinkers, and then the 5 Kiki D Hanover, who we're looking at now, the 6-5 favorite, going blinkers to open bridle. She's a 2-time winner this season. She took her mark for Jody Jameson back on July 4th at Woodbine Mohawk Park, 152-3. And then she had to take some time off. Kiki D Hanover was scratch sick at Mohawk on July 25th. She qualified at Hippodrome 3R on August 29th, winning by a length over early play. And she made her first comeback start on September 3rd at this track, finishing 3rd, 11 lengths behind the closely matched top 2, Caviart Seacrest and D.A. Let's Boogie. Marie-Claude Auger back in the bike as this well-bred daughter of Bettor's Delight faces somewhat easier company here, although she is against some male pacers and older pacers. Kiki D Hanover, though, getting all the respect at 7-5 odds. Some others in this field that I'd be paying attention to are the 7, the beaten 7-5 favorite in her latest start, Anna's Wish, in search of her first 2025 victory in her 7th start for owner-trainer Sylvain Côté. She settled 4th along the Hippodrome 3R pylons Friday, flushed out Dial Me Up on the second turn, then followed her second over from 4th at the half. Anna's Wish was parked to 3/4, 3 wide approaching the turn for home, and then beaten by a pocket-sitting long shot butterfly catcher. This is her first ever race for Robert Shepard, and I think she has enough late speed to overcome the post position. That's the 7, Anna's Wish, 5-2 right now. Also, I'd pay close attention to the 2. Mickey Makes Some Speed, making his second straight start free-legged. His only seasonal win was June 29th, wiring from the rail at Hippodrome 3R for the returning Pascal Berube. He set the pace Wednesday for Marie-Claude Auger and got collared late by Perfect Rolo and Hestinator. 9-2 from post 2, Mickey Makes Some Speed. The starter has called the race 4 pacers. If you want to be a part of the middle pick 4, this is your last chance to do so. You will have to hurry. They're lining up now. 1 is Beach Roller for Ryan Guy. 2, Mickey Makes Some Speed, Pascal Berube. 3, Agricola, Loic Guriel. 4, You Wait, I'll Go First for William Waugh. 5, Kiki D Hanover, Marie-Claude Auger with the 7-5 current favorite. 6, Lucky Leonard for Guy Gagnon. And on the outside, 7, Anna's Wish and Robert Shepard. They're on the turn, entering the Rideau Carleton backstretch. They're all in line except Beach Roller and Ryan Guy timing the gate from the inside post. They're rapidly approaching the start. They're off and pacing and leaving from mid-pack. You Wait, I'll Go First, living up to that name for William Waugh and sprinting out ahead of Mickey Makes Some Speed, who pockets up momentarily. First over in 3rd and pressing the pace into 2nd. The filly Kiki D Hanover from Marie-Claude Auger underway early as they circle towards the first station. That's Kiki D Hanover making front, but not quite landing along the pylons yet. Kiki D. Hanover taking the lead from You Wait, I'll Go First, past the 27-4 opening quarter, following from third. Mickey makes some speed now, stepping out first over and gaining ground along the pylons into fourth. Beach Roller second over and now moving into fourth, following the cover of Mickey Makes Some Speed. That's Anna's Wish underway for Robert Shepard. Further back, it looks like Beach Roller wants to get involved. Third over from second last and trailing at this point, Agricola. They reach the half in 57-4, a 30-second even second panel, and it's Mickey Makes Some Speed on the engine. First over outside in second, that's Anna's Wish continuing on, following from third, Kiki D. Hanover, and behind her, caught in fourth with nowhere to go, You Wait, I'll Go First, gapping cover. Fifth on the outside, Lucky Leonard, 3 wide at 3/4. Beach Roller and Ryan Guy 126 flat at 3/4. Up front, a battle brewing, and it's still Mickey Makes Some Speed fighting on as Anna's Wish comes at him on the outside. Coming down the stretch, these two have a little bit of separation, and it looks like Anna's Wish is going to get her wish tonight of her first seasonal victory. Closing for place, You Wait, I'll Go First over Kiki D. Hanover and Mickey Makes Some Speed. 155 flat. I couldn't believe the 10-1 morning line on Anna's Wish, and I knew at some point the back class would show up, and it did in her debut for Robert Shepard tonight. Anna's Wish, win number 1 of the 2025 season in start number 20, 155 flat. Unofficial top 4 order of finish is now posted for race 4. Number 7, Anna's Wish, gets the job done for Robert Shepard, his second driving win of the night. At odds of 9-2 over the 4, You Wait, I'll Go First, finishing second at 10-1 for William Waugh. 5, Kiki D. Hanover, held on for show ahead of the 2-1 favorite at the last flash. Number 2, Mickey Makes Some Speed, who ended up 4th. 7-4-5-2 in race 4. Please hold all tickets. A classy mare with 9 wins last season, making her way to the winner's circle for the first time this season. Unofficial race 4 winner, number 7, Anna's Wish, a 5-year-old bay mare by Lazarus out of Keystone I Wish. Owned and trained by Sylvain Cote of Joliet, Quebec. Bred by John E. McGill of Albion, Indiana. That's Robert Shepard's second driving win of the night. And the first win of the year for Anna's Wish. Now the official winner of race 4. Congratulations. Welcome back. Prices are posted for race 4, where number 7, Anna's Wish, returns $11.80 to win. The $2.74 exactor pays $112.30, and it's $279.75 for the $1 triactor. 745. The race 4 rundown is now posted. 2-1 co-favorite at the last flash. Number 1, Beach Roller, was 6th. The other 2-1 co-favorite, number 2, Mickey Makes Some Speed, was 4th. 3, Agricola, finished 5th. 4, You Wait, I'll Go First, was 2nd. 5, Kiki D Hanover was 3rd. 6, Lucky Leonard, 7th. And 7, Anna's Wish, got her first win of the year. And it was the second driving win of the night for Robert Shepard. From the top down, your program should read 6, 4, 5, 2, 3, 7, 1. The fractions 27 and 4, 57 and 4, 126 flat, 155 flat for Anna's Wish. Race 5 is coming up next. Back on the trot with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, Pick 5, and Pick 3 wagering. In case you're wondering why the Pick 5 is starting in Race 5, well, we've got 9 races tonight, so it's starting a little earlier than usual. It's the only Pick 5 that we're offering. So if you want to play it, this is your only opportunity. It kicks off here. Glenn Pearson has a 20-cent Pick 5 ticket worked out, costing $6. So he is going with 3 horses here in the first leg, race 5, the 4, 5, and 6, Lorenzo, Southwind Russian, and Stormont Cheerio. In race 6, he has the 5, Bayfield Beach, and the 6, Smokestack. Race 7, he has the 4, Better at High Tide, the 7, Lady for Dollar, and another horse in that race, not altogether sure who it is. In race 8, he's going with the 1, 4, and 7, Beach Journey, Fancy Lettering, and Tamara Hanover. And in race 9, just taking another look here at Glenn's selections, I believe he is using Nevermind, the 4, in the last leg. And he might be singling there as well. Going back to race 7, he's using the 4, 7, and 3. Better at High Tide, Lady for Dollar, and Shadow Dave. Well, my best bet did what he was supposed to do in the preferred handicap trot. That was another win for Tyrone Bowtie and Guy Gagnon. My spot play is in race 5. She's got the rail, MVP's Daughter, currently 7-1 for trainer-driver Jerome Lombard. I'm using one other here to keep the cost economical. I think the 4 Lorenzo looks good for Christine Beaulieu and Robert Shepard, already with 2 driving wins tonight. In race 6, I'm going to single Smokestack for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. Race 7, going 3 deep there with the same 3 as Glenn, the 3 Shadow Dave, the 4 Better at High Tide, and the 7 Lady for Dollar. Race 8, using the 1 Beach Journey, the 2 Putty Cat, and the 7 Tamara Hanover, and to try to see it through in race 9, our last race of the night. I like the 6 Mask of Zorro on top for Robert Shepard and Benoit Hibert, but I'm trying to get closer to a guaranteed pick 5 by using some others there. The 4 Nevermind, the 3 Donna Tover, and also the 7 CrossFit. Note that in race 9, the 1 Wasting No Time has a bridle change blind to open as well. Trotters are coming on track for the race 5 post parade. The race 5 trotters are coming on track now. They're non-winners of $55,000 lifetime, also eligible non-winners of $5,000 or $6,250 last 5 for the mares, or $900 per start in 2025. The purse is $7,800. One is MVP's Daughter, owned, trained, and driven by Jerome Lombard of Bromont, Quebec. Two is Wish You'd Tell Me, owned and trained by Gerard Vaillancourt of Kemptville, Ontario. William Waugh drives. Three is Royal du Haras, owned by Westover de l'Estrie Incorporé of Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, Quebec, trained by Denis Guriel and driven by Loïc Guriel. Four is Lorenzo, owned by Écurie Martin Bedard of Lévis, Quebec, along with Mario Lachance of Saint-Augustin, Quebec, trained by Christine Beaulieu and driven by Robert Shepard. 5 is a momentarily bumpy-gated Southwind Russian, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. And completing the field from post 6, even money favorite, number 6, Stormont Cheerio, owned by Stormont Meadows of Long Sault, Ontario, trained and driven by Ryan Guy. That's your field for race 5, which kicks off our pick 5 this evening, a 20-cent base wager. There's also a pick 3 beginning here, exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. It's always a little dicey when you start the pick 5 with a group of trotters, some of whom have some question marks about behavior on occasion. Looking good out there right now, though. Number 6, Stormont Cheerio, a beaten 1-5 favorite in his latest start. Stormont Cheerio and Ryan Guy got away single file 4th here last Wednesday, but unfortunately he broke stride at the opening quarter and was taken wide. He didn't finish due to broken trotting hobbles. Stormont Cheerio was an off-the-pace winner at this level in his 2025 Rideau debut. Lots of respect from post 6 for the beaten 1-5 favorite last time, Stormont Cheerio. Glenn Pearson likes the winning 3-5 favorite in his last start. On top of the ticket again, number 5, Southwind Russian. He and Stéphane Pouliot shrugged off a first over bid by Royal du Haras on the first turn last Wednesday and cut the fractions. He needed the wire, though, and he's up in class. He jumped it off leaving from the same post position on September 3rd, so I'm shying away from the 5 Southwind Russian, who was on the gallop briefly in the post parade, so keep a close eye on him warming up. He's 8-5 right now. He's Glenn's top pick, number 5 Southwind Russian. Glenn likes the 4 Lorenzo in the place spot, and so do I. And Glenn is using Stormont Cheerio and MVP's Daughter to complete his ticket. I have MVP's Daughter on top of my ticket. She's 6-1 from the rail. She and Jerome Lombard settled third behind the dueling Southwind Russian and Royal du Haras here last Wednesday in a race with 2 early breakers. She tipped first over from third, approaching 3/4, matched strides with Royal du Haras around the final turn and had a 3-wide late bid. MVP's Daughter ran out of racetrack, closing in the field's co-fastest last quarter of 29-2. Slightly up in class, but she does seem to have some class to her. She's a 3-time winner this season. MVP's Daughter, my spot play. The other I'm using to start the pick 4 here is the 4, or I should say start the pick 5. It's a pick 5 beginning in race 5. Number 4, Lorenzo. He and Robert Shepard capitalized on a pocket ride behind the pace-setting Raising Rusty Wednesday, and also on Stormont Cheerio breaking early. Lorenzo took a 157 flat lifetime mark here August 13th at a lower classification. He's 5-2 now from post 4. The starter is calling the trotters for race 5. This is your one and only chance this evening to play the pick 5 at Rideau Carleton. Still a little time to wager. The field is going behind the gate. 1 is MVP's Daughter for Jerome Lombard. 2, Wish You'd Tell Me, William Waugh. 3, Royale du Haras for Loic Guriel. 4, Lorenzo, Robert Shepard. 5, Southwind Russian, Stéphane Pouliot. And the 3-2 current favorite, number 6, Stormont Cheerio for Ryan Guy. They're on the turn. Southwind Russian still gapping, as is Wish You'd Tell Me, and also Stormont Cheerio, a couple of lengths off the gate. They're trying to time it, though, approaching the start now. They're off and trotting, and Wish You'd Tell Me leaving aggressively for William Waugh. To his outside early, Royale du Haras, and 3 wide early. That's Southwind Russian moving well, and following them from 4th, gapping slightly, MVP's Daughter in 5th, Lorenzo, and about 4 lengths behind them at the back of the field, Stormont Cheerio en route to the opening quarter. They're somewhat spaced out here to the 27 flat first panel up front, and leading the way, it's Wish You'd Tell Me, keeping ahead of next closest Royale du Haras by about a length and a half. Then it's about 2 lengths back to Southwind Russian in 3rd. MVP's Daughter closer now in 4th. She is followed in 5th by Lorenzo, still trailing this compact field now that's tightened up considerably, Stormont Cheerio. They head single file past the half, and they're still led by Wish You'd Tell Me, 56-1 to the half. And here comes a first over move now, Southwind Russian, and Stéphane Pouliot leaving the safety of the pylons to challenge the pocket-sitting Royale du Haras and the leader, Wish You'd Tell Me. Second over in 4th, that's MVP's Daughter, caught in on the inside, skimming the pylons. Nowhere to go for Lorenzo, second last, and here comes a 3 wide bid from Stormont Cheerio and Ryan Guy past 3/4 in 125-3. They're stacking up now as the stretch lies ahead. Stormont Cheerio, widest of all, down the center of the track. MVP's Daughter fighting on. Stormont Cheerio versus MVP's Daughter. Following them to the wire, Lorenzo. It's going to be Stormont Cheerio by a half length over MVP's Daughter, Lorenzo, and Southwind Russian. 156 flat. It was an exciting stretch drive, almost a relay race, as the pace-setting Wish You'd Tell Me handed the baton to MVP's Daughter, who then had to hand it off to Stormont Cheerio and Ryan Guy on his best behavior and getting his 3rd seasonal victory. Unofficial top 4 order of finish is now displayed for race 5, going off as even money favorite from post 6, Stormont Cheerio, victorious for Ryan Guy. Over 1, MVP's Daughter, a strong second at odds of 8-1 as a spot play selection for me. And then the 4, Lorenzo, closing for show ahead of 5, Southwind Russian, who was 4th, 6-1-4-5 in race 5. Please hold all tickets. Lots of love for Stormont Cheerio, an even money winning favorite in race 5, the official winner of race 5, I should add, from post 6. Stormont Cheerio is a 4-year-old bay gelding by the bank out of Donna Elvira, owned by Stormont Meadows of Long Sault, Ontario. Also the breeder. And Ryan Guy, the winning trainer and driver for Stormont Cheerio. That's the 3rd win of the season in lucky number 13 for the year. Congratulations, Stormont Cheerio and Connections. That's Ryan Guy's 2nd driving win of the night. He captured race 2 with a 10-1 Haka Timatanga in a lifetime best as well. Prices are now posted for race 5, where number 6 Stormont Cheerio returns $4.30 to win. The $1 pick 3, 576, 3 of 3 pays $31.90. 4 of 4, the dollar pick 4, $307 and change if you had the 6576. 4 of 4. Early pick 4 wrapping up here in race 5. The $1 Triactor, 614, $38.40. I think I mentioned that. And here's the $1 Superfecta, $128.65 for the 6145 combination. A nice $28.50 exactor, $2 exactor, 6-1 in race 5. The race 5 rundown is now shown on screen. 1, MVP's Daughter was 2nd. 2, Wish You'd Tell Me ended up 6th. 3, Royale Duara was 5th. 4, Lorenzo was 3rd. 5, Southwind Russian 4th. And 6, Stormont Cheerio, an even money winning favorite. Ryan Guy's 2nd winning drive of the night. From the top down, your program should read 265,341. The fractions, 27 seconds to the opening quarter, 56 and 1 at the half, 125 and 3 at 3/4, 156 flat for Stormont Cheerio's 3rd win of the year. Congratulations to those of you who believed in Stormont Cheerio there. He got the better of me. Unfortunately, I'm out of the pick 5. My spot play of the card, a good second there, though. Watch for her again, MVP's daughter, a 4-year-old daughter of my MVP with some talent, but just not on the level of Stormont Cheerio tonight. We're moving on to race 6 now with exactor, triactor, super high 5, and pick 4 wagering. This is the late pick 4 on the 9 race card this evening. In case anyone needs a refresher, the high 5, also referred to as a super high 5, you need to pick the top 5 finishers in order in one race. So in this case, race 6, you need to pick the top 5 in order from this field of 7. And the pick 4, of course, you're looking for 4 consecutive winners. So the winners of races 6, 7, 8, and 9. There's a bridle change here on the 1 Radley Hanover for Stéphane Pouliot and Caroline Malo-Tetreault. This one, just one win this season, but at a nice price, nearly 8-1 odds back on August 6th from an inside post. So might be something to consider. My top choice in upcoming race 6 is the 6, currently at odds of 2-1, Smokestack. Glenn Pearson starting his late pick 4 with 2 horses in this field, the 5 and 6 Bayfield Beach for William Waugh and Vic Putty, and the Guy Gagnon Trained and Driven, number 6 Smokestack. The favorite at the moment, 7-5 odds on the 4 Sports Activator for Mike Armstrong and Pascal Berube, a 2-time winner this season, who's been second, a close second in his last couple of starts here at a similar classification. Race 6 is your last chance tonight to play the pick 4 at Rideau Carleton. And as shown on screen, I'm just using 2 horses here, Smokestack and Bayfield Beach. In race 7, I'm going with the 3 Shadow Dave, the 7 Lady for Dollar, making the quick turnaround, and the win streaking number 4, Better at High Tide. In race 8, using the 1 Beach Journey with the 2 Putty Cat returning to the frontier, and the 7 Tamara Hanover, her just missed in her latest try. And in race 9, hoping to seal the deal with the 6 Mask of Zorro, the 4 Nevermind, the 3 Donna Tover, or possibly the 7 CrossFit. $14.40 for that 20-cent late pick 4 ticket. Good luck with your selections. The Pacers are coming on track now for the race 6 post parade. Here comes the post parade for race 6. Back on the pace with non-winners of $980 per start in their last 10 or this year. The purse is $7,500. Number 1 is Radley Hanover, owned by trainer Caroline Malo-Tetreault of Saint-Liguori, Quebec, driven by Stéphane Pouliot, and note the bridle change, blind to open on 1 Radley Hanover. Two is Arizona Jackson, owned by driver Clark Stacey with birthday girl trainer Cara Stacey, both of Lansdowne, Ontario. Happy birthday to Cara Stacey. Number 3 is Perfect Rollo, owned by Sylvain Lacaille of Saint Paul de Joliette, Quebec, trained by Kelly Duval Lacaille and driven tonight by Robert Shepard. 2-1 co-favorite from Post 4. Sports Activator is owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa with Lloyd Howley of Cars Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong. Pascal Berube drives. 5 is Bayfield Beach, owned by Gordon McDonald of Ontario with Christopher Boland of Newfoundland, Howmac Farms Limited, Prince Edward Island, and Limco Incorporated of Quebec, trained by Vic Putty. William Waugh drives. 6 is Smokestack, owned by Michel Letarte of Boucherville, Quebec, and Brett Lester of Fergus, Ontario, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. And completing this field from Post 7, Love My Rockin' Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated of Chateauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty. Marie-Claude Auger drives. That's your field of 7 pacers for upcoming race 6. The first leg of the late pick 4. There's also exactor, triactor, and super high 5 wagering in race 6, no superfecta. We're getting a look at the current 2-1 favorite from Post 4, Sports Activator. He seems to be closing in on a win. He's got a bit of post relief here. He has 2 wins this season. Pascal Berube in the bike. Sports Activator's 2 2025 wins were actually on the front end for Ryan Guy back in May. Sports Activator was third over from last past the half Wednesday for Pascal Berube and gaining ground late in the Cards' fastest closing quarter of 27-4. That hasn't gone unrecognized. Number 4, Sports Activator with the late speed last week. My top choice is now the even money favorite here. Not because I said so, but probably because of what he's been doing lately and who's training and driving him. Number 6, Smokestack and Guy Gagnon. They started up first over from 5th, approaching the second turn last Wednesday. Drew alongside the pace-setting Love My Rockin' Bird on the backstretch, cleared at 3/4, and were well ahead of a fast-closing Sports Activator at the wire. Smokestack now dropping to 4-5 odds as the favorite in upcoming race 6. I think 4-1 is somewhat generous for the 5 Bayfield Beach. He's got steep class relief on a quick turnaround. He had a first over move from 3rd along the backstretch Sunday for driver William Waugh. Bayfield Beach pressed the pace around the final turn, first over against Fox Hunt, and got out sprinted in the stretch. He's got post 5 here at odds of 7-2. In my high 5 ticket, in the 4th spot, I'm using number 2, currently at odds of 9-1. Perfect Rollo up in class again after last Wednesday's perfectly timed victory for the returning Robert Shepard. Perfect Rollo was caught in and shuffled to near last by 3/4, closed into stretch traffic, and edged out Hestinator in the win photo. I'm completing my high 5 with the 2, Arizona Jackson. Perfect Rollo is actually the 3 here. He's 5-1 for Robert Shepard, a horse I would include in any ticket this race. Starter has called the field for race 6. This is your last chance tonight to play the pick 4 at Rideau Carleton. Good luck with your wagers. The paces are lining up. 1 is Radley Hanover for Stefan Pouliot. 2, Arizona Jackson, Clark Stacey. 3, Perfect Rolo, Robert Shepard. 4, Sports Activator, Pascal Berube. 5, Bayfield Beach, William Waugh. The current 6-5 favorite from post 6, Smokestack for Guy Gagnon. And on the outside 7, Love My Rockin' Bird, Marie-Claude Auger. They're on the turn and swinging onto the Rideau Carleton backstretch. They're all in line. They're off and pacing and showing some gate speed. Bayfield Beach for William Waugh is 3 high, make that 4 high, and opting to backpedal and allow Arizona Jackson and Clark Stacey to move ahead to the front. Still battling behind him. First over, Sports Activator is moving into second outside of third place. Perfect Rolo along the cones. Now shadowing them from fourth. That is Bayfield Beach en route to a contested 27-2 opening quarter, and we have a leadership change as Sports Activator has made front for Pascal Berube and now leads by just over a length. Sitting second, Arizona Jackson. Third, Perfect Rolo. First over into fourth. Look out, here comes Smokestack for Guy Gagnon. He's smoking. Back in fifth now along the pylons. That's Bayfield Beach. And second over, but gapping cover from second last, Radley Hanover and Stefan Pouliot outside of only Love My Rockin' Bird, who trails 56-2 to the half. A 29-second second panel for the leader, Sports Activator. Still in charge for Berube and still inching ahead on the outside into second. Smokestack and Guy Gagnon pressing the pace, following from third. That's Arizona Jackson, caught in second over now and gaining ground up into fourth. Looking very live for William Waugh. Bayfield Beach 124-2 to 3/4, but getting separation on the front end. Sports Activator could be en route to his latest victory. He's being chased to the wire. It's Arizona Jackson slipping out late for Clark Stacey, and in hot pursuit, Sports Activator needs the wire. Ooh, tight at the wire. It looks like Sports Activator held off Arizona Jackson, and then it was Perfect Rolo and Love My Rockin' Bird, 153-1. Sports Activator was leading the way down the stretch. Arizona Jackson put up a late fight to challenge him right to the wire, and it got quite close at the finish here in race 6. Looks like Sports Activator managed to hold off the fast-closing Arizona Jackson. Perfect Rolo further back to show ahead of Love My Rockin' Bird. The unofficial top 5 are now displayed on screen for race 6. Returning to favorite status, even money favorite. The winner, number 4, Sports Activator for Pascal Berube. He held off the 2, Arizona Jackson, a close second, who ran out of racetrack. The 25-1, number 3, Perfect Rolo, finished third. Ahead of 7, Love My Rockin' Bird, who was fourth, and 6, Smokestack, ended up fifth. 4, 2, 3, 7, 6 in race 6. Please hold all tickets. Results remain unofficial. There's always some debate in handicapping talk about the value of a fast closing quarter in harness racing. Sports Activator closed in the Cards fastest 27-4 final quarter on September 10th. Now he's back in the Rideau Carleton winner's circle, his third victory of the year in race 6. We're looking at the unofficial winner now. For Sports Activator is a 4-year-old bay stallion by Sports Rider out of Town Jiffy, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa and Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario. He was bred by Lloyd Howley, trained by Mike Armstrong, and driven by Pascal Berube, the drummer. Win number 3 of the season. Sports Activator 153-1, a sharp win and a seasonal best. Congratulations. Race 6 is now official. Prices are posted for race 6. Number 4, Sports Activator, returns $4.10 to win. The $2 4-2 exactor pays $16.20. $92.10 for the $1 try, 4-2-3. And the 20-cent super high five, $273.35 for the 4-2-3-7-6 20-cent high five ticket. The race 6 rundown is now posted. 1, Radley Hanover finished 6th. 2, Arizona Jackson was a close second. 3, Perfect Rolo, third at odds of 25-1. Even money favorite from Post 4, Sports Activator got his third win of the season. This time for driver Pascal Berube. 5, Bayfield Beach ended up 7th. 6, Smokestack was 5th. And 7, Love My Rockin' Bird, 4th. From the top down, your program should read 6-2-3-1-7-5-4. The fractions 27-2, 56-2, 124-2, 153-1 for Sports Activator's fastest win of the season. We'd like to wish a happy 60th birthday to Jamie, and we hope you're enjoying the races tonight at Rideau Carleton, Jamie. We're moving on to race 7 now. After Sports Activator got his win in race 6, Glenn and I are in search of a winner in race 7, and we've got different thoughts about it. Glenn likes the 4, Better at High Tide, for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon to continue his win streak, which now sits at 3. All in $8,500 claiming company. He's a 3-5 favorite right now for a reason, a 7-time winner from 20 starts so far this year, with a seasonal best mark of 153 and 1 taken at Rideau Carleton. I'm using him further down the ticket. I think he could be vulnerable on the front end. I could be wrong about that, so I'm using him, but I wouldn't simply count on him alone here. I look at the 3, Shadow Dave, who has just missed at this level, September 14th. He's making a quick turnaround, and he was a winner by a head at a slightly lower level on September 7th. Also for trainer-driver Mike Healy. He's 7-1. That's my kind of horse, my kind of price. Glenn and I also both looking to the 7, Lady for Dollar, who overcame the outside post to win by a neck over Shadow Dave on Sunday. So that is a must-play horse in this race. Lady for Dollar, 9-2 from post 7. He's shown he can overcome that post for trainer John McMillan and driver Marie-Claude Auger with that upset on Sunday. He's right back with the outside post. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering here in race 7. Good luck in your selections. Just a reminder that this Saturday night, after a winner in last Saturday night's handicapping contest in the Trackside Simulcast Lounge. So this Saturday night, starting fresh, a jackpot of $100 and building again in Tammy Forgey's free-to-play, on-track only handicapping contest. That's on Saturday, September 20th. You can catch the Mohawk Million, the Metro Pace, and other strong simulcast racing from across North America and play it right here in the Ottawa area in the comfort of our simulcast lounge. And entering that contest, always free. You must be on track to enter and to collect your potential winnings. No changes in race 7 or 8, but if you're playing the late pick 3, note that there appear to be 2 bridle changes in race 9, all affecting the one wasting no time, going blind to open and also adding a Murphy blind right. That's the one wasting no time in race 9. No changes in upcoming race 7, where we have a 1-5 favorite from post 4, Better at High Tide. He's had some strong winning margins on the front end ever since he was claimed on August 20th and came back to the Mandy Archer stable. Guy Gagnon driving him. You won't get much of a price, but he has been the kind of horse who isn't leaving much to chance. He's got sizable win margins in his last 3 races. Number 4, Better at High Tide. They're coming on track now for the race 7 post parade. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Silverado, owned and trained by Wayne LaViolette, driven by Ryan Guy. Two is Midnight Mood, owned by Jamie and Sonia Johnson of Edwards, Ontario, trained by Jamie Johnson. Robert Shepard drives. Three is Shadow Dave, owned by Anne Lamarande of Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Mike Healy. 4 is Better at High Tide, the current 3-5 favorite for owner Darren Tingley of Wendover, Ontario, and co-owner Dwayne Tingley of Timberlea, Nova Scotia. Better at High Tide, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is Probert's Legacy, owned and trained by Marc-André Simoneau of Trois-Rivières, Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. 6 is Bad Apple, owned by Leah Rose Laverne of Papineauville, Quebec, trained by Benoit Hébert. William Waugh is in the sulky. And completing this field from post 7, Ladyford Dollar, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. Marie-Claude Auger drives. That's your field of 7 pacers for upcoming race 7 with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. Still time to wager on race 7. This field of $8,500 claimers dominated on the tote board at least by current 4-5 favorite, number 4, Better at High Tide. The 8-year-old betters to like gelding, coming in off a 3-race win streak at this level. It's possible, I think, he gets stung here. He's become perhaps a little predictable. Some other horses have been stepping up lately to get the upset. Shadow Dave is one of those strong closers who's able to do that at odds of nearly 14-1 on September 7th. In line to Mike Healy, and he missed by a neck on Sunday, finishing a fast closing second to Lady for Dollar, who has post 7 in this field. He's 4-1 for Marie-Claude Auger and John McMillan. And the post position doesn't really seem to matter to this horse. There was a scratch of 1 to his inside on Sunday, Mockart in Motion. Lady for Dollar originally had the 8-hole, and he won by a neck from off the pace, flying late from post 7. Starter has called the field for race 7. This is your last chance tonight to play the pick 3 at Rideau Carleton. Field is going behind the gate now. Still time to wager. 1 is Silverado for Ryan Guy. 2, Midnight Mood, Robert Shepard. 3, Shadow Dave, Mike Healy. 4, Better at High Tide, the 4-5 favorite for Guy Gagnon. 5 is Probert's Legacy, Pascal Berube. 6, Bad Apple, William Waugh. And on the outside, 7, Lady for Dollar, Marie-Claude Auger. The field is on the turn. They're all in line except Silverado, a couple of lengths behind the others. And also Probert's Legacy, slightly behind the rest. They're on the back stretch now, though. And they're off and pacing, and Silverado and Ryan Guy timing things well and moving to an early lead, although it looks like they have company early as well. Better at High Tide and Guy Gagnon taking no chances. They're matching strides with the 14-year-old veteran and now moving to the lead ahead of Silverado. Better at High Tide now in command, but drifting off the pylon somewhat as he approaches the opening quarter in a sharp 27-2. Leading the way down the stretch the first time by a length, that's Better at High Tide, keeping ahead of Silverado in the pocket. From third, it's Midnight Mood. Back to fourth, Shadow Dave. In fifth, Bad Apple. Sixth is Probert's Legacy. First over from last for Marie-Claude Auger, Lady for Dollar, now stepping out to make a move on the second turn. They're led by Better at High Tide to the half. He's keeping ahead of the pocket sitting Silverado en route to a 58-second flat halfway clocking. Now stepping out from third, Midnight Mood and Robert Shepard are underway. Following them from fourth along the pylon, Shadow Dave. Second over in fifth and continuing to gain ground, Lady for Dollar inside of that one. Second last, Bad Apple. And third over from the back of the field, Probert's Legacy is on the move. They reach three quarters in 1:26-3 and an unsettled lead for the favorite. Better at High Tide is being challenged by Midnight Mood, who is drawing ahead of him at the top of the stretch. And here comes the backfield as well. Up the inside, Lady for Dollar flying late. And Midnight Mood is still fighting on against Better at High Tide. It's going to be Midnight Mood, Better at High Tide, Silverado, and maybe Lady for Dollar for fourth, 1:55-2. Better at High Tide got the front end trip he likes. However, he was confronted by some late speed tonight. It wasn't the horse I expected, but I guess it was predictable. Robert Shepard having a good driving night and edging out the favorite here with Midnight Mood. Unofficial top 4 order of finish is now posted for race 7 at odds of 9-2. Number 2, Midnight Mood, gets the win. Second, as 1-9 favorite. Number 4, Better at High Tide. Ahead of 1, Silverado, the 14-year-old, finishing third. And 7, Lady for Dollar, completing the superfecta. 2, 4, 1, 7 in race 7. Results are unofficial. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle after Robert Shepard's third driving win of the card. It's unofficial race 7 winner, number 2, Midnight Mood, a 7-year-old bay gelding by J.K. Endevanera out of La Diabla, owned by Jamie and Sonia Johnson of Edwards, Ontario. Jamie is also the trainer. Midnight Mood was bred by William C. DeLong of Wisconsin and William P. DeLong of Illinois. Thanks for the waves. Congratulations. That's win number 4 of the season. 155-2 for Midnight Mood. Prices are now posted for race 7. Number 2, Midnight Mood, returns $11.10 to win. The $2 2-4 exactor, $1 pick 3, I should say, 642, 3 of 3, 84.15. $850.70 for the $1 pick 4, 7642. And if you had it for 20 cents, $170.14. Congratulations. That $2 exactor 2-4 returns $36.80 at $69.50 for the 2-4-1 triactor and $255.05 for the 2-4-1-7 $1 superfecta. The race 7 rundown is now displayed. 1, Silverado was third. 2, Midnight Mood got his 4th win of the year for driver Robert Shepard, and it was Robert Shepard's 3rd win of the night. 3, Shadow Dave was 5th. 4, Better at High Tide was 2nd as 1-9 beaten favorite. 5, Probert's Legacy 6th. 6, Bad Apple 7th. And 7, Lady for Dollar 4th. From the top down, your program should read 3, 1, 5, 2, 6, 7, 4. The fractions 27 and 2, 58 flat, 126 and 3, 155 and 2 for Midnight Mood. Only 2 more races to go this evening. Race 8 coming up has no changes. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. If you're playing the late double, there were bridle changes in race 9 on number 1, Wasting No Time. He goes blind to open and also adds a Murphy blind right. That's the one in race 9, the second part of the late daily double that begins here in race 8 with a strong field of filly and mare claiming pacers. Also eligible non-winners of 2 races in 2024-2025. The inside 2 getting the wagering attention at the moment. 9-5 co-favorites. Number 1, Beach Journey, who successfully wired in a seasonal best 154 flat for Guy Gagnon last Wednesday. And the 2, Putty Cat, for Luc Loyer and Ryan Guy. Putty Cat had the second tier last Wednesday for driver Sylvain Lacaille. So returning to the front tier and returning to driver Ryan Guy might produce a better result than the 5th place finish on September 10th. Although she was a fast closing 5th and only 5th 2 lengths behind Beach Journey. That's number 2, Putty Cat. Glenn Pearson and myself both landing on the currently 5-2 Beach Journey, a front-end loving mare who didn't miss the Rideau Carleton Exactor from August 8th through October 17th, 2024. All from posts 5 or inside for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. She's back on a winning journey again with the front-end trip last Wednesday. That's Beach Journey, 5-2. Make that 2-1. The 2, Putty Cat, is my second choice. She returns to the front tier. She was 3rd behind the turning point in Beach Journey in her previous drive by Ryan Guy on August 20th and skimmed the pylons early Wednesday, advancing into 5th for Sylvain Lacaille. She was caught in and shuffled back as Tamara Hanover gained ground on the second turn and backstretch and came home in the same field's co-second fastest last quarter of 29 and 1 that Tamara Hanover paced. I'm talking about the 2, Putty Cat, 2-1 right now. Not a part of Glenn's ticket, my second choice. Glenn is going to the beaten 6-5 favorite. Number 7, Tamara Hanover, who also closed in 29 and 1, field's second fastest closing quarter last Wednesday. Tamara Hanover's my 3rd choice. She got away 6th off the gate last Wednesday. Started up first over in front of the grandstand, pressed the pace set by Beach Journey right to the wire and missed by a head. 9-5 support now for the favorite. Number 7, Tamara Hanover in race 8. And completing our tickets, Glenn has the 4, Fancy Lettering for Mike Healy and John McMillan 3rd, and then the 5, DA Cinnamon Crunch for William Waugh and Macy Castle to complete his superfecta. I have Tamara Hanover 3rd, and then I'm going to Fancy Lettering, it should be. Not Beauty is Blind. I mixed up the number there, but the 4, Fancy Lettering, raced single file 3rd behind the pace-setting Beach Journey Wednesday and closed into stretch traffic for show. Her 2 wins this year were for driver Guy Gagnon, who's now driving his own Beach Journey. Fancy Lettering Back in line to Mike Healy. And the mares are coming on track now for the race 8 post parade. The race 8 pacers are fillies and mares with $8,500, $10,500, or $12,500 claiming tags also eligible. Non-winners of 2 races in 2024-2025 who draw with the $8,500 claimers. The purse is $6,300. One is Beach Journey, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon, incorporated with Frédéric Gagnon of Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Two, Putty Cat is the current 7-5 favorite. She is owned and trained by Luc Loyer of Gatineau, Quebec, and driven by Ryan Guy. 3 is Beauty is Blind, owned by Desjardins Noro Stable with trainer Marc-André Simoneau and Jean Fontaine, all of Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. 4 is Fancy Lettering, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. Mike Healy drives. 5 is DA Cinnamon Crunch, owned by Keith Castle of Smiths Falls, Ontario, trained by Macy Castle. William Was in the bike. 6 is Latte Sealster, owned by trainer Melanie Plourde of Gloucester, Ontario. Stéphane Pouliot drives. And completing the field from post 7, Tamara Hanover, owned by Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton of Ontario with the Max Webster Stable of Nova Scotia. Trained by Mandy Archer, Robert Shepard drives. That's your field of 7 distaff pacers for upcoming race 8, exact or triact or superfecta, and late daily double wagering. I'm somewhat surprised to see Putty Cat as the 8-5 favorite here, but she is one of my top 3. She is moving back to the frontier. That's important. She did have a trailing post in her most recent start. And she's reunited with Ryan Guy, who has a couple of driving wins already tonight. Putty Cat finished 3rd for Ryan Guy on August 20th. Behind 2 good mares at this level, at this track, the Turning Point and Beach Journey. She was caught in and shuffled back last week inside of Tamara Hanover, who was gaining ground on the outside. So getting some support here from post 2, Putty Cat. But things are still fluctuating a bit, 8-5 now. For favorite, number 7, Tamara Hanover. She's shown that she can win from outside posts. That's the thing. She has had post 8 in her last couple of starts. She was a winner from that post on September 3rd, edging out Putty Cat, and she missed by a head. She was a beaten favorite last Wednesday, missed by a head to Beach Journey. We're talking about the 3-2 top choice right now. Number 7, Tamara Hanover. She's back in line to Robert Shepard as well, which should be noted. He's got 3 driving wins tonight, so he leads all drivers this evening at Rideau Carleton. Robert Shepard aboard the 7, Tamara Hanover. The starter has called the field for race 8. This is your last chance to play the late double this evening. Pacing mares are going behind the gate, currently gapping. Number 1, Beach Journey for Guy Gagnon, and number 2, Putty Cat for Ryan Guy are lengths behind the others as the starting gate moves on to the turn. 3 is Beauty is Blind for Pascal Berube. 4, Fancy Lettering, Mike Healy. 5, DA Cinnamon Crunch, William Waugh. 6, Latte Sealster, Stéphane Pouliot. And on the outside, 7, Tamara Hanover for Robert Shepard. They're on the backstretch, and they're all in line. They're off and pacing, sprinting to the early lead. Beach Journey for Guy Gagnon on her immediate outside. Putty Cat and Ryan Guy in second. Caught 3 wide in third. That's DA Cinnamon Crunch, who's looking to backpedal, moving up the pylons. Beauty is Blind for Pascal Berube is fighting on. Second over from 5th early. Tamara Hanover and Robert Shepard behind them. Second last along the pylons. Fancy Lettering, and trailing to the opening quarter, Latte Sealster. 27-2 for current pace setter Beach Journey past the opening quarter. She is company first over in second. DA Cinnamon Crunch for William Waugh pressing the pace. Putty Cat with a perfect pocket ride in third for Ryan Guy. Second over in fourth, Tamara Hanover continuing to grind away on the outside as they swing around the turn. Caught in behind Tamara Hanover along the pylons. Beauty is Blind with nowhere to go. Outside of her, third over from second last. Fancy Lettering underway and trailing Latte Sealster. They pass the half in 55-4. Up front, it's still Beach Journey fighting on under steady pressure from the first over. DA Cinnamon Crunch game second on the outside. Following from third along the pylons, Putty Cat well within range for the stretch drive and looking to go 3 wide now. That's Tamara Hanover for Robert Shepard. They pass 3/4 in 1:24-1, and now they're just stacking up for the stretch drive. Beach Journey confronted by Tamara Hanover, looking for room up the inside. Putty Cat, they're putting Beach Journey to the test. Tamara Hanover continuing to advance. Tamara Hanover to get the win over Beach Journey, Beauty is Blind, and Putty Cat. 1:54-1. Tamara Hanover got revenge for last week's loss by a head. This time, she was able to overtake Beach Journey and get the victory in deep stretch. 1:54-1, Tamara Hanover. Unofficial top 4 order of finish is now posted for race 8. 4-5 favorite number 7, Tamara Hanover, gives Robert Shepard his 4th driving win of the card. Finishing second, the pace setter, number 1, Beach Journey, holding on for place ahead of 3, Beauty is Blind, 3rd, and 2, Putty Cat, finishing 4th. 7-1-3-2 in race 8. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle once again, Robert Shepard getting his 4th driving win of the card, and number 7 in race 8, Tamara Hanover, getting her revenge after a narrow loss last Wednesday. She gets the win tonight, though. Win number 12 of the season, 154-1 for Tamara Hanover. A 4-year-old bay mare by Art Speak out of Transfer Hanover, owned by Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton of Ontario, with the Max Webster stable of Nova Scotia. Tamara Hanover is bred by Hanover Shoe Farms of Pennsylvania. Tamara Hanover is trained by Mandy Archer and, as mentioned, driven to victory by Robert Shepard. I've just been told that there is an inquiry, 1-on-2 in the stretch, possible interference. We'll get you a little more information about that. But that is the cause of the inquiry now posted on the result of race 8. Some sort of possible interference between the 1 and the 2 in race 8. The AGCO judges are reviewing footage of the passing lane from the finish of race 8. Possible interference 1-on-2. 1, Beach Journey finished 2nd for Guy Gagnon. 2, Putty Cat was 4th for Ryan Guy. So this could affect the order of finish. As mentioned, no decision yet. Judges are watching the footage now. Please hold all tickets. Thank you for your patience. We're now looking at the video under review by the AGCO judges concerning the passing lane and possible interference between the 1, Beach Journey and Guy Gagnon, and the 2, Putty Cat and Ryan Guy. Right now, at this stage in the race, that's the 1, Beach Journey on the lead. The 2, Putty Cat is following along the pylons in 3rd. The judges have just informed me we do have a placing in race 8 as a result of an inquiry. Number 1, Beach Journey, finished second, but was ruled to have prevented the 2, Putty Cat, from having access to the passing lane and caused interference. So number 1, Beach Journey, finished second and is placed 4th due to the interference. The new order of finish is now posted 7-3-2-1 in race 8. And race 8 is now official. Prices are posted for race 8, where number 7, Tamara Hanover, pays $3.60 to win. The $2.73 exactor pays $36 even. It's $53.05 for the $1 try, 7-3-2 combination, and $121.90 for the $1 superfecta, 7-3-2-1. The race 8 rundown is now displayed. 1, Beach Journey, finished second, was placed 4th for interference. 2, Putty Cat was 4th, placed 3rd. 3, Beauty is Blind was 3rd, placed 2nd. 4, Fancy Lettering finished 6th. 5, DA Cinnamon Crunch finished 7th. 6, Latte Sealster was 5th, and 7, Tamara Hanover was a 4-5 winning favorite for driver Robert Shepard's 4th driving win of the card. From the top down, your program should read 2P4, 4P3, 3P2, 6, 7, 5, 1. The fractions 27 and 2, 55 and 4, 124 and 1, 154 and 1 for Tamara Hanover. Race 9 is coming up. It's our last of the card with exactor, triactor, and super high five wagering. The only changes pertain to equipment on the one wasting no time, who goes blind to open bridle and adds a Murphy blind right. It's a good field of 8 trotters with 1 to 5 support for number 4, Nevermind, the 12-year-old muscle mass gelding with back-to-back front-end wins from the rail at a similar classification for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer. We're taking a look at track handicapper selections for upcoming race 9, the last race of the night here at Rideau Carleton. Glenn Pearson going with the 2 to 5 favorite. That's Nevermind on top of his ticket. I'm looking to the 6 here, the beaten 6 to 5 favorite, Mask of Zorro, back in line to Robert Shepard. The horses are coming on track for the race 9 post parade. These trotters are $12,000, $15,000, and $18,000 claimers. Also eligible non-winners of $20,000 lifetime who draw in with the $15,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $7,800. All of the changes in the race relate to number 1, Wasting No Time. He is owned by trainer Yannick Martel of L'Assomption, Quebec, driven by Ryan Guy, and goes blind to open bridle and adds a Murphy blind right. To his Final Text, owned and trained by Sylvain Côté of Joliette, Quebec, who shares ownership with driver Michel Lagacé of Terrebonne, Quebec. 3 is Donatover, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, and driven by Mike Healy. 4 is the current 3-5 favorite Nevermind, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer and driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is Southwind Mac, owned and trained by Jeremy Marcotte of Notre-Dame-de-la-Paix, Quebec, and driven by Pascal Berube. 6 is Mask of Zorro, owned and trained by Benoit Hébert of Papineauville, Quebec. He shares ownership with Eric Lafleur of L'Ange Gardien, Quebec. Robert Shepard drives. 7 is CrossFit, owned by Gordon McDonald of Ontario, with Christopher Boland of Newfoundland, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. And completing this field from Post 8, Cadillac, owned by Michel Grenier of Gatineau, Quebec, trained by Alain Martin, Stéphane Pouliot drives. That's the field of 8 trotters for upcoming Race 9 with Exactor, Triactor, and Super High 5 wagering. It's the last of the night, as John McMillan would call it, the Robbie D'Alessandro Trot. Still time to wager on Race 9. Ongoing favorite, number 4, Nevermind, after back-to-back front-end victories for Guy Gagnon here. Starter has called the field for Race 9. We've got a broken head pole on number 5, Southwind Mac. Pascal Berube just picked it up off the track, and looks like the equipment repair is going to happen right on track. Thanks very much. Wagering remains open on race 9. But they are going behind the gate as soon as possible. And the starter has called once again. The trotters are lining up for our last of the night. Thanks to all the horse players who joined us this evening. We appreciate the wagering support. And we'll be back again Sunday at 6:30. 1 is Wasting No Time for Ryan Guy. 2, Final Text, Michel Legasse. 3, Donatover, Mike Healy. 4, Nevermind, the favorite for Guy Gagnon, currently at odds of 3-5. 5 is Southwind Mac and his repaired head pole with Pascal Berube in the bike. 6 is Mask of Zorro for Robert Shepard. 7, CrossFit, Marie-Claude Auger. And on the outside, 8, Cadillac for Stéphane Pouliot. They're on the backstretch, nearing the start for race 9. And the raw fan trotting, something of a staggered start. The outside trio taken to the back of the field and an early sprint fest between Final Text and Nevermind up front. And moving to the front, Nevermind and Guy Gagnon trying to get around the front end loving Final Text and Michel Legasse. The mare is going to let them go, and the favorite now leads by about a length and a half approaching the opening quarter. Following from third, that's Donatover, just ahead of Southwind Mac to the 28-second flat opening quarter. Single file down the stretch at the moment, led by Nevermind. Final Text sits the pocket, then it's Donatover third, about a length and a half back to fourth place. Southwind Mac followed in fifth by Mask of Zorro. Sixth is Wasting No Time. Seventh is CrossFit, and at the back of the pack, Cadillac trails. Stepping out first over from second last now, CrossFit and Marie-Claude Auger underway as Nevermind breaks the beam at the half in 58 and 1, 30 and 1, a leisurely second panel for the leader, still stalked by Final Text from the pocket. First over from third, but gapping, that's Donatover for Mike Healy. Behind him in fourth, Southwind Mac, and then it's back to CrossFit underway. First over from fourth from the last of the field. That's cumbersome. They got to three quarters in 1:26 and 3, and looking very hard to catch Nevermind on the front end here as they circle for home. Nevermind up front and giving chase from further back. That's Final Text still involved on the inside. Charging late, Donatover is wide and coming after the leader, but not going to catch him. It's Nevermind getting there ahead of Donatover. Looked like Southwind Mac and possibly CrossFit fourth, 1:56 flat. Nevermind got his third consecutive win for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer to close out the night, a winning favorite in 1:56 flat. A good place finish by Donatover, gaining ground late. The unofficial top 5 order of finish is now posted for race 9. 1-5 winning favorite Nevermind prevails for Guy Gagnon. Over 3, Donatover closing for place. 5, Southwind Mac, third. 7, CrossFit, fourth. And 2, Final Text completing the high 5. 43572 in race 9. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle once again. Unofficial race 9 winner number 4, Never Mind, a 12-year-old bay gelding by Muscle Mass out of Ashland, CR, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, bred by JJ Geddes and JB Geddes of Canterbury, New Zealand, trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. That's win number 4 of the season. 156 flat, just 1/5 of a second from equaling his seasonal best. Never Mind. Never in question. A 1-5 winning favorite in the nightcap. And race 9 is now official. Prices are posted for race 9. Number 4, Never Mind, returns $2.60 to win. The $2 4-3 exactor pays $12.70. It's $35 and change for the $1 triactor 4-3-5. The $1 pick 3, 274, 3 of 3 pays $42.55. It's $100.05 if you had the $1 late pick 4, 4-2-7-4, the winning combination. The $1 pick 5, 5 of 5, $236.70. The 20-cent super high 5, 43572, pays $379.17. The race 9 rundown is now posted. 1, Wasting No Time was 6th. 2, Final Text 5th. 3, Donatover, a fast closing 2nd. 1 to 5 favorite. 5, Southwind Mac was 3rd. 6, Mask of Zorro ended up 8th. 7, CrossFit finished 4th, and 8, Cadillac 7th. From the top down, your program should read 652 138 47. The fractions 28, 58 and 1, 126 and 3, 156 flat, the winning mile for Never Mind. And that concludes tonight's card. Handle is not available. We'll be back on Sunday at 6:30 p.m. post time for more live racing from the nation's capital. And if you're in the Ottawa area tomorrow, we invite you to the Bytown Cinema on Rideau Street. Doors open at 12:30 for a free screening of the film Tempête, with a discussion afterwards with Rideau Carleton Horsewomen. The film and discussion run from 1 to 3 p.m. on Thursday. That's tomorrow, September 18th. Hope you can join us. If not, hope you can catch the Little Brown Jug in the simulcast lounge here at the track. Enjoy the rest of your evening and week.